Hello guys. Excuse me. Let's do this one. Ooh, I have a lot of poison this time. I'll take a little bit of damage, but that's fine. I gotta use some of my potions, man. Let's do this so I don't take any damage. Hello, Justice. Good to see you. I'm glad to see the Galby emote being used, or Galby. Because it was something I drew myself a long time ago. And I think it's the newest emote as well, but it's been a while since I added it. Still, makes me happy to see it nonetheless. Yeah, best emote. I like it too. But I think it's recency bias for me as well. I actually forgot, what other emotes do I have at the moment? I have... Oh yeah, the Vamana ones. I think the Rage Cat is a drawing from my friend. Like, and I like that one too. I do think Colby and the Rage Cat is the best. I like the smile. Yeah, it is a little creepy as well, to be honest. I don't want that staring at me in the night. Okay, let me see where I can go here. I need a shop, but there isn't going to be a shop until up there. That's crazy. I don't want to do it first. Can I just go for a safe path all the way through? Looks like I can. Okay, I really have to make sure I go for the right path. I mean, it's gonna take all day to get there. I'm gonna forget, man. I'm so gonna forget. But I'll try. Right, so I'm probably gonna play a decent amount of mid today. Because I'm just a little tired of the solo meta. I don't want to play tanks every game. It's so boring. And you just build the same shit on every tank. So I will probably play some mid, and I will definitely try to play more Janus. But not just for Janus. I think mid right now, I just want to play some mages, to be honest. That's what I've been missing in solo too. If I could just play them in solo, I would do that. But the problem is, if you do that in solo right now, you're beating any of the tanks building the usual items. You can't play the game.
Select your god.
Yeah, I'm not sure my Giannis is high level, but it's probably alright. I gotta play him a bit more. I do think the main reason why I might not play him as much today, there is some wildly annoying bugs with him on his portal. Sometimes you will just randomly open a portal in mid. It doesn't matter where you are in the map, whatever triggers it, I have no fucking clue, but sometimes the portal just goes to mid. So that's really fucking annoying. That did happen a few times. Dude, they went all in on the tryhard picks. Yikes, man. That comp is fucking broken. Goddamn. Oh my god, just give me the book already. At the end of your turn, you may shuffle 1 to 3 random cards in your draw pile. Okay, that's fine. Do you think no anti-heal will stay? I'm not sure. I mean, it seems like they're alright with how it's going now. And honestly, at this point, they probably should just not add it back because they're changing things to make it fit, so because it doesn't exist. They'll have to do like a reversion patch, like they did in Season 11. I mean, what the fuck, man? You can't keep taking shit from me here. I need a heal already. Shit. Dude, their comp is fucking stupid. Dude, I'm playing Giannis. How the fuck am I supposed to deal damage to this? They have 3 warriors, man. I can't kill any of them. I'm Giannis. He's like the worst tank killer mage in the entire game. Why does this always happen? It's looking pretty grim for me. Wait, no, I don't want to discard you. I want to use you. Like, I'm gonna take so much fucking damage. I mean, what do I build then? Because I gotta get fucking pen and cooldown. So, I'll probably start with Chronos Pendant, just get that over with. Who's the jungler? Of course I can't see. Why would I be able to see that?
Time for a well-earned rest.
I mean, I probably just have to go Aegis, don't I? It's either, like, obviously Aegis or Beats, but their come to me screams Aegis, except for Hercules. Because he's gonna fucking cook me if I don't have Beats. Fuck it. I think I'm going for it. They have so much scary shit.
Good game, everyone.
We have Athena jungle as well, which makes this even worse, to be honest.
Minions have spawned.
It is wise to listen instead of speaking.
We don't have very good tank killing comp until full late game with Anubis and Artemis, because it ain't gonna be me. Yeah, I mean, every game does feel like people playing healers. I think that can still be adjusted, though. Is it annoying? Yes, right now it is. But maybe in like one or 2 patches, I could see them having fixed that a lot more.
Enemies behind us. Enemies incoming. coming right.
Why are you on instant cast when I put you on normal, you shit?
Nice job, my flufftastic
I gotta fix that.
Your right tower is under attack.
Chill out.
Wait, what the fuck? Why are you...
Please.
What even is that?
It is tiring.
Okay.
Learning so many new things.
Please.
Okay. It's a nice pause time, actually. Oh my god, it's not. Never mind, it went away, thank god. Why... Dude, something is definitely off with this. Why is it all on normal, but it's not normal? Like, go instant, and then you... You're instant. You're not. Wait, never mind. Where am I looking? Why is this also on... Okay. I'm so confused. Hopefully that fixes it.
No problem
Okay,
at all.
there we go.
Seriously?
Rains are washed in the
Glory
wind.
to Athens. Careful, left. Enemies behind us.
Not even if.
On my way. Retreat.
It's going well in duo though. Artemis is super fed, so that's great. Love to see that.
Out of mana.
High five, team.
It is tiring.
Your
Learning so
right
many
tower
new
is under
things.
attack.
Out of mana. Hello. You are as wise as you are strong.
Hello, friend.
That's too bad.
Enemies behind us.
Okay. Completed.
Crumbs.
Your
I'm
right
very
tower is
sorry.
under attack.
Nice job. Nice job.
You are as wise as you are strong.
Ultimate is ready. Attack.
See, right there the jungle bug, or the bug happened.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm not sure what Athena's doing, like we gotta fucking defend our buffs, man. We're losing so much shit. And we definitely can fight. I have enough damage by now to the point where I should be able to fight.
Gang right lane. Gang right lane. Gang right lane. Right lane. Right lane.
Hello.
Oh, this Anubis is so cringe.
Please, please.
Can enemies see it? Yes. You mean the portal? Yeah, they can see the random portal in the middle. But it doesn't really matter, because if it's not on the ground.
Okay.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under
Oh well. It's a waste of time to even try and message, I guess.
Your right tower is under attack.
Quiet, please. Thanks.
Yes, no problem.
Think nothing of it.
Watch your step.
Seriously?
Why is someone always calling me when I start my stream? I don't believe this. It has to be like the time for the sellers to do shit. It's so strange. It's just always. It doesn't happen on my days off. I literally just did. I didn't stream yesterday, and no one called me then. I don't get it.
Your right tower is under attack. Good game, everyone. Yes, bye.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower is under attack.
Not even. Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
Problem at all. You rock.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Watch your step.
Oops.
A new pressure.
Your right tower is under attack.
Just trying to get the mid camps, man.
Through this. Retreat. Through this.
Your right tower is under attack. On my way. I need the jungle buff. I need the jungle buff.
Be careful, middle.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right
right
tower
back.
is under attack.
Enemies in the right jungle. Stand your ground.
It's just cooked, man. They're just perma invading, and we just can't do anything about it because we have Athena, basically.
A new pressure.
They're so heavy on the keyboard, man.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Goodbye.
A new
No.
Your right tower is under attack.
Man, I'm having fun this game. I wish my team wasn't being so weird.
Não, isso não fui.
On my way.
Hello.
You rock.
through this.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay. Okay.
Complete a nice job.
Retreat. A new pressure.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Friggin' everyone is speed buffs, man. It's actually crazy.
No problem at all.
Who only survives that because he's speed buff. really want to be there for my next red.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Just missing a jungler, kind of. But I mean, Anubis constantly weighing on him is just annoying as well. I hate when the atmosphere is off in my teams. And right now, Anubis is just being annoying as fuck. Hit the Yi at least.
Can you imagine if you fucking listened?
A very astute choice. A new threshold.
I'll actually get the obsidian shard.
Enemy has been slain. Missing middle. Be careful, right? Attack.
On my way.
On my way. Enemy spotted.
Goodbye.
Rain shall wash them away.
The rain.
Fantastic friend.
What? The fuck? How did that hit me?
Enemy
Dude, no way. A random bounce when he's in the jungle hits me? What? What is that? Nah, that's some horseshit right there. I was behind my tower.
under attack.
How did it land on me? Ah, fucking Aphrodite ult.
Enemy missing right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Ultimate is ready.
Ultimate is ready.
A new threshold.
Ally has been slain.
A new threshold.
Move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Ultimate is ready.
Ally has been slain.
No. Goodbye.
There we go. I typed.
Yes.
Study
I
until the
have
ice
those who
trees
do
in
this.
the forest.
I would argue that Anubis has been worse than the Athena this game. Not in terms of gameplay, but in terms of being annoying as fuck.
Enemy missing left.
A new threshold. The way. A new threshold.
Did not expect the fucking OU here, but whatever. I lived. They just have so much healing. They have so much fucking like tankiness with Herc, Guan, and Aphrodite like trio. If we win this, it'll be a fucking mystery. But don't get me wrong, Athena is trolling now, but I don't think if Anubis didn't dog on him as much as he has, he wouldn't have started trolling. But like Anubis is permatyping in the chat. So don't get me wrong, what Athena is doing now is really annoying and stupid. But I haven't seen a single moment during this game where the fucking Anubis isn't dogging on him. It's just really unfortunate, man. This feels like the freest game of all time. But maybe I was saving grace as that Jock is DC'd. Interesting target selection, but kind of worked out for the Anubis, I suppose. And her ult's back up again. That's great. I think Aphro's main issue, honestly, is that her ult has no fucking cooldown.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower.
We'll see what I can do though, as a full damage, full late game Giannis if we get there. Maybe I can carry,
Attack the gold fury.
but also maybe not.
Goodbye.
Attack the gold fury. Ultimate is ready.
You can let me tank it for some time.
Them away.
I missed it.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Allies slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
The way open. Enemies in right lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Unfortunately, we didn't get the chunk. Hey, Beef, thank you for this up, man. I appreciate it.
The way
Completed.
My team is very much hating on each other in this game. It's very unenjoyable, but at least Giannis is fun to play.
through this. Enemies incoming left. A new threshold.
Oh, he's DCing again, I guess.
An enemy has left the game.
Then I will not hit him.
Ultimate is ready.
Be right back.
An enemy has returned.
On my way. Gank middle lane.
Those types of twos will be so nice once I'm... Uh-oh.
Out of mana. Right back.
Ah.
Your middle tower is under attack. No problem.
Enemies behind us.
Unfortunate. Didn't think Herc was gonna be around as well. Unfortunately, so many ult and beats and shit. Oh, we just aren't really in position to take advantage of it. Athena is still keeping up in farm. Like, I think that's fine.
Gank right lane. Enemies at the fire giant. Ward here.
Actually, I don't want to say that. If I say they're both doing fine, it will trigger both of them. No positive reinforcement.
That's too bad.
The thing is, though, I feel like I say this every time because I feel like I'll almost need to, like, put up my thoughts when people do this stuff. I will never understand this type of mindset. Because if you start trolling someone because you dislike them, you're literally fucking 3 other people instead. So so in their heads, I guess, it is worth it to just say fuck that guy so much that I want to fuck these other 3 even more. You know? Like, what about the others? What about the people caught in the middle?
Your team has destroyed the goal. Enemy has been slain.
On my way.
Enemies in middle lane.
Gank middle lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Okay. Attack the fire.
A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack.
And that's the shit still actually hits me. Wild.
Enemy spotted. Watch your step. Get through this. A new threshold.
They hit like a babe. Attack fire giant.
A new threshold. Get through this. Watch your step. A new threshold.
Attack fire giant.
Attack fire giant.
Attack
The
fire.
way is open.
Super plus Cassandra.
I'm too low for this, boys.
Destroyed the fire. In range to wash them away.
A new threshold.
Attack right lane.
Need heal.
Alright, that worked out at least. bit scary, but we have some good CC at least to peel off the Herc with Sunder.
Be careful, right? On my way.
They're expecting other randos online considerable POVs. I mean, I don't really, but I'm just sad to see it happen every time. It hurts my soul. I very much expect people to be the biggest assholes on the internet. So it's more like I appreciate when they're not. But even so, it just hurts me. It makes me so sad. Wow, I'm not sure how that missed, honestly. Look at that portal! Wow, what a great portal. Can't believe we actually ended up winning this shit.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix. No problem.
You're welcome.
Dude.
You are as wise as you are.
How did we win, man? Just the Giannis things, I guess? Oh my god. Ah, there we go. He had the most awards, though, so he wasn't useless. You're welcome, said the Athena. Yeah, I think he's just saying anything he can to piss off the Anubis. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter to me how people feel about each other. I just hate when that it hurts everyone else around them. Same thing goes for real-world stuff, you know? I'm pretty happy that Herc also mostly went damage, because otherwise I would have just been cooked. Like a Chalk and a Hercules just running you down, and like literally no mage can stop that from happening. Like one was the biggest issue for me, and he was the one going full tank, because I didn't damage him very much. That was a fun Janus game though. I did have fun. Janus does feel really broken. Like his portal almost has no cooldown. You're just constantly going in and out of the portal. It feels really OP. And combine that with a 3 when you're just permanent movement speed. Movement speed. There you go, mouth. You can do it. Movement speed. He definitely feels very powerful. Yeah, no worries, Beefy. Like it happens. I can't really blame someone for having a bad game. Like, we all have bad games sometimes. I'm just annoyed that my voice comms didn't work, because I was saying shit the whole fucking time. I don't know why it wasn't, like, it didn't work, and I guess it still doesn't work, which reminds me, let me check. Because it says I'm popping up on the side, so I'm guessing it's a patch problem. It's like a patch bug. It was only frustrating because we had one job to do, and I was trying to say this in the voice chat as well, without you guys apparently hearing it, was that... I can show the game as well here real fast. So, yeah, I queued a few mid-games yesterday as well, these 2 games here. I can't believe I lost this one, though. This one was wild, that we lost this. But this one, all I was saying this game was, I need you around me, because I'm the only one who can kill these tanks. But in none of the team fights, I got a single shell. So I was always stuck inside the Odin and I had pretty much no one to peel me. That's the only thing I was asking for that game, but didn't really go through, so I can't really blame anyone for not hearing it. And I mean, this game was just a gigantic throw from us. We had this one, but people went in one by one and died, unfortunately, in this one. It was kind of the Chuck who ended up hearing the wrong call, as he said. He just heard the attack part of attack Fire Giant, so he just went all in. I should probably have looked in the chat for that one, Mr. Chuck. But again, a mistake, and he admitted to that mistake. So why am I gonna get mad at him? He just said he made something. He did something bad. Am I gonna keep dogging on him because of that? No, that doesn't make any sense to me. He just admitted that he made a mistake, and that's it. That's pretty much all I ask in general. If people make a mistake, I don't mind, man. People make mistakes, as long as you admit that there was a mistake. But if you start going back and blaming someone else for it, that's when I get triggered. I hate that shit. Also, I'm looking really fucking cooked in Slay the Spire here. Very early in this matchup against these fucking money yoinkers. That is very nice, though. Alright. That was a lot of damage that round. That's really good. I think I grab that. I don't fucking know. I do think the poison in general just is better. Oh, that Sonic game was playing like a little bitch. Fair enough. That's fair. I mean, it's fine though. I don't like it. It happens. I'm not gonna blame you for it. I still had fun those games, so sucks that I didn't win them, obviously. But I think the only one that kind of really stings was the Hekate game, because I played really well that game. I usually did, like, especially on Hekate of all things too. So losing obviously does sting, but I'm not gonna. Oh no, I have the same two dudes. I'm banning F for this time. Fuck that god. Ah, oh, they banned the Giannis. No, my Giannis. Yeah, get the Nim out as well. It's tempted to ban Hercules too. There's just too much stuff to ban.
Select your god.
What the fuck am I supposed to pick though? Maybe we just go Vulcan? I'll do Vulcan. I really want to play Hakate again, but Hakate is arguably the shittiest fucking god I can think of when it comes to killing tanks. Like, kind of with Janus. It worked out that game for some reason. I guess just because we got fed. But, like, I need something that can actually kill tanks, man. I need my turrets to just burn them. Burn them alive. I gotta go for double turrets, the dot on the turret, so that if they focus me, I can hopefully just roast them with turrets. Trade gods. Trade. Okay, you did. I mean, they're picking Rama and Zeus here. Maybe that's good for us. We kind of have a bit of a an interesting solo laner though in this game.
The forge of war calls to me once more.
I think Izanami is probably not going to be great into Mordred in general, but I suppose we'll see what happens. Dude, they're already at it again. Let's poison the healer, because this guy's going to keep shielding him. Oh, well, he's dead then. Great. This time I will go beats. That's too much shit. Zeus is pretty scary as Vulcan. I have to be careful where I place my turret. Don't want to give him amnesia chain lightning.
Enemies have returned.
On my way.
Minions have spawned. Good game.
Good game. I do miss the neutral voice pack from Smite 1. I liked having that one. I thought he was the best. Oh fuck, I missed the creep. Man. Okay, ended up not being that bad after all.
Greetings.
And lightning is all I wait.
listen.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ouch. Man, I just said it. Careful where you place your turret. And I did the worst possible thing. I thought it was out of range for the chain lightning though.
Is under attack.
That's an oopsie on my end. This is not a matchup I've played in a long time.
Your left tower is under attack. I'll defend right from. I'll defend.
Surely we get the... yeah, he should be dead, right?
The rain shall
Good.
wash them away. Your left tower is under attack.
There's not really any farm for me to take. I don't like being level 5 while he is.
Your left tower is under attack.
No problem. Enemy spotted. Be careful, middle.
This kind of sucks. My jungler once again not gonna be here for neutral camps.
Thanks. Enemy has been slain.
Enemies behind us.
Rain shall wash them away. Also,
Attack. Okay.
enemy has been slain.
Enemies behind us.
Your left tower is under attack.
Please.
I gotta go back, I don't do any damage. Did I miss a lot on the Sobek?
Left tower is under attack.
I thought I would hit most things. The 3 is hard to hit generally. if it's like a moving target like that. But I hit my once, didn't I?
Ally has been slain. Your left tower.
I mean, what the fuck? Sopek was here too, man. Fucking shell. God damn it. This isn't going very well so far. I feel like I'm playing alone in my lane. Oh, the Isa? Yeah. He made it seem like I missed a lot with his comment. That's why I was confused.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Defend
I mean, Ares is just trolling now, it feels like. Probably would have died to Zeus there anyway, but Sobek just kind of secures it.
chase the enemy.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. The rain shall wash them away. Trying to help. Your right tower is under attack.
No, dude.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay, fucking finally, man. Something went my way.
Gang. Completed.
I don't know why Izanami just dashing in like that either. I gotta buy something that is actually good here. I could get Jade Scepter because self-peeling might be really fucking valuable in this game, but...
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I'm not sure how Hu Yi is so low level compared to the Rama. It's a really good matchup for Hu Yi, man.
Your left tower is under attack.
I guess they're winning here, though.
Them away. Very strong. Enemy has been slain.
It's baiting Baiting a bit too much, I suppose. Wasn't planning on dying. Just go screw up, sit in shard third again.
Ward the fire giant.
Hey Sav, I'm in hell.
Goodbye.
It wouldn't be as bad if my whole team didn't hate each other every game. But it's just the same people that I keep getting. It's only been 2 games though, it's not really that bad.
Right tower is under attack. Right tower is under attack. Attack!
I dashed out on my fucking ult. Tragic. Should have thrown my 3 first. I don't know what I was thinking.
Move like a jaguar. Attack the Gold Fury.
This is risky. He doesn't have Sunder, so. Oh my god, stop spreading this shit. We don't even have a tier 2 here, I'm not safe. The thing is, Sav, rarely do I even get into the Nika queue when I try. It always fucking splits. So I kind of stopped trying. Like, if I end up in it, I end up in it during my stream, but I'm not looking for it anymore. My Ares is the same level as I am. That is a good thing, though, I suppose. I'm seeing his anchor flying everywhere. Fucking hell. Blink Hercules. Always looking for my ass. I'm just at a point where I have to beat just the knock up so I can get away.
Follow me.
We got our own tier 2 now. That's great. Man, I keep forgetting my mods. Chat, remind me next time I'm back. Ah, that sucks.
Attack mark tower.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Mods. So I want this one and I want a double turret one. I gotta fuck up these tanks. Sav, is there currently like a definitive best like mod setup, or is it just still situational?
Play.
I feel like for at least for killing a frontline, I am definitely looking for a double turret dot situation.
Ward the gold fury. Ward the gold fury.
On my way.
I mean, what are we even doing here? And we got sold and left.
Nice job.
Whoops.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Exceptional play.
Oh no. It's Jover.
Attack the fire giant.
Come on, man. I'm just not getting any farm because there's always someone taking my mid waves. I got a huge hold at least. Yes.
Destroy the left enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack. Yes!
Okay. I mean, we're just kind of running and dying one by one here.
Under attack.
Literally all playing solo.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Once again, just like the Giannis game previously, maybe I can carry this once I have enough damage to two-shot people, but as it stands right now, I can definitely just be run down. I gotta farm.
Good luck.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
We need war. No. You're out with expectation.
Ultimate is ready.
I mean, I'm not too sure what we're doing here, to be honest, but Loki's doing good stuff. Get him!
Output expectation.
That's unfortunate. Just get Soul Reaver now. I'm so tired of all these tanks. Yeah, I might have to just go right and farm, but I'm still just scared of any frontline showing up, because I can't really deal with them. Not very easily, at least. I mean, Herc is just the main issue. I think Mordred I can maybe do something about. I think I can place myself in a position where he at least won't be able to chase me, but Hercules will just fuck me up.
Ultimate is ready. We need wards. We need wards.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Nice job.
I'm kind of scared to walk up as well, but I want to ward everywhere.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold
Figured they were probably on gold, I just can't really walk up there myself.
Careful right.
At least I'm 20 now, finally. And no one grouped on him. No. Fuck the ult zone, man. If we get a Phoenix though, I'll take it. Hope he just dies for the Phoenix as long as we get it here. That's good. Man, Silvery would have been so good for me there. Well, not bad overall, to be honest. Got some beats.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's a bit unfortunate that he decided to ult that, because he didn't need to, but... Kinda would like that to be used on the Zeus with no beats now. At least that's Sobri around now, so I should be good and ready to fuck up some tanks.
On my way. On my way.
Fuck, I missed, man. That was a good fight for us. I just fucking missed at the end. I'm so mad.
Wash them away. Be careful.
Sheesh. Oh, dude, no! Just to him and jump him!
Like a jaguar.
Oh, well, they're cooked. Good thing he doesn't see him.
We need wards.
didn't even see Zeus, to be honest. My bad. Got too greedy for the Rama. Because he dashed.
Nice job.
We got the Phoenix, though. Shit. What should I buy if I just want to get big damage? Is Soul Gem good on Vulcan? I could be tempted to Bloodbound as well for the big chases, because I feel like I'm playing alone a lot. Just to have something that can maybe save my ass. Cosmic Horror could be kinda nice.
Rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, I'll do Bloodbound. Jade Scepter could be cool, yeah, for self-peel. That was the other option, I think, for some kind of like self-defense item, but I think I would rather go for the shield. Maybe I can bait with it. And it's nice and cheap, I suppose. That's also the thing. I could just buy it now.
Ultimate is ready.
I might have to skip a little queue or like wait a few minutes because I really don't want to play with these boys again. Individually, I'm sure they're completely fine, but these dudes hate each other so much that they refuse to play the game normally. So, I'll pass. No more of that. No more of that, thanks. Alright. I will just sit here for a few minutes. I don't have any shield, man. This sucks. Where are my good shields? Huh? Where are the good shields at? That's the Athena from last game. The thing is, I don't think the Izanami or the Ares are bad players in any way. I think they're both doing just fine. But they both tilted at each other so hard that they couldn't focus on anything else. I legitimately think they both did completely fine in both games. And even if they didn't in the very beginning, the thing is, a lot of people will jump you the second you make a mistake. They'll be like, "Holy shit, you're dog shit," you know, that type of mindset. And yeah, I mean, that's gonna trigger some people, and then they start trolling, and you know, it just escalates really fast. But you know what? That has never happened to me. Do you know why? It's because I don't act that way towards other people. I treat them like humans. And as a result, they treat me like a human. And we don't get mad at each other. I don't mean to sound like all high and mighty and shit with all this talk, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Because it doesn't benefit yourself either. Just treat other people like normal people and they will treat you like a normal person, for the most part. Sometimes there are definitely outliers, right? It's gonna happen. It's not like I always meet angels. I definitely don't. But I think a little kindness goes a long way. I've never been treated as a person. You're just an object, Bonari. You're just an object. Do you even exist? Yes, hello Wanari. Hope you're doing well today. I ask myself that often. Yeah, yeah, me too. On a bad day, maybe. I'll ask myself a few times. Maybe it's good enough now. Maybe I can jump in the queue. I can also check. Let me check real fast. Is there any big queue happening right now? I see Adapting's queue might end soon. I might end up jumping in that. If he's still playing, at least. And I mean, Nika should start pretty soon as well. It would be nice to just jump on that straight away. Well, this hand is terrible. Am I really gonna take 21 damage? Fuck. Well, that really sucks. Alright, I'll queue now and hope that it ends up well. Man, no, I don't actually. I want to see if I can get into a good queue. I'll give it 5 more minutes max, and then I will queue. Because I do see some people being pretty close to ending their games here. Tired as fuck. Slept maybe not. Damn, 90 minutes is not a lot, man. You gotta get some more sleep, Winori. My day has been pretty good. I woke up late as usual, but at least I feel nice and refreshed. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of about it. Oh, it's just no damage in my hand this round. Great. Ares and Isa are not in game according to tracker. That's okay. I mean, I'm right now. Even if they end up getting the game again, I mean, it's not like I could stop it. Right now, I'm just trying to see if I get an actual good queue. Like the one Adapting is in seems all right. Fuck, where is it? It's a very even game at least on his end, so maybe that's an. I don't see who's actually in it, but at least it seems even. I don't know. Maybe it's gonna take a little longer. Like adapting this game does look like one of those. It's gonna take. It could take like 50 minutes because it's just kind of close. Fuck it. I'll just fucking queue. Adapting I put in the queue is 7 diamonds. Damn. Okay, so maybe it's not a great queue. Let's grab some more block. Yeah, I'll just queue now. It's fine. The thing is, it can't really get much worse than my last game, to be honest. Or my last 2 games, because I would rather be... I've said this before. My worst case scenario is playing on a team that just hates each other, because it ruins my mood. Like, it just... all the vibes are gone. I would rather be in a game where people are less skilled, at least, like, but maybe they're trying harder, or like they're just more passionate about it. There's nothing worse for me than when my team is in despair, because then I'm in despair. I need the atmosphere to be nice, or at least not bad. I can accept a neutral atmosphere. Right, I'm going for that shop up there, so... RNG path. What could go wrong? Starve each combat, apply 1 wound to all enemies. That's pretty nice. Your game was better? I mean, I don't doubt that skill-wise it is. I just mean, like, I prefer games personally that... where people aren't mad at each other the whole time. I would take bad players over that. Even if they're both bad, you know? That's all I'm saying. Though told me we did twos. I think we equally shit back then, Winari. I don't think we did very well in general. And to be fair, WoW PvP pissed me off. Dude, that shit is so unbalanced, it was crazy. I think we played it at a shit time. Because it was so unbalanced at the time. It was a terrible meta. Fucking druids stealthing, one-shotting you everywhere. Fucking bullshit. It's not really something you can snipe. No, I get ya. But I mean, like, me and adapting at least, because we're around the same SR, should get in the same game if we queue at the same time. We just might be against each other, and we might have weird, like, you know, randoms on our teams, but we should be in the same game. That's all I was looking for. Just someone that we could try and build up, like, slowly build up a queue. With more and more people at around the same SR start queuing together, we should get more and more people in as time goes on. Usually around this time when Nika starts streaming, that's when a lot of people are finding the same queue because they're sniping him specifically. Also, I'm trying to think, can I kill this dude in this turn? I don't think so. Yeah, that's good enough. So yeah, VOD watchers, you can skip ahead to the game, if that's what you do. Could have said that a while ago, probably. But here we are. Let's move you for now. Oh man, where's my block? I'm gonna take so much damage. I can't kill it in this turn. Just to weaken it a little bit. Future me when he's in queue. I'm sure it'll be fine. More poison. It does 20 damage. How am I supposed to Check all these hits. Shit. See, Justice, I was lied to. He's still here. Unless he's sniping me, maybe he is. This is the Ares, though. Like, as long as they're not on the same team, I'm sure they'll be alright. I don't think that they really minded me, at least. They just hate each other.
Select your god.
Janus. Oh, not in game. Okay. I thought you meant like in the actual game itself, like in Smite. I see. Ow. I need the upgrade that lets me heal when I go below 50%. That would be nice. It's alright, Justice. It's fine. Like, I think miscommunication happens in every language. Don't worry about it. It's unavoidable. Especially through text. Where's the shop? It's up there. Okay. Obtain a special relic. I mean, is there any downside? Start of each combat, 3 strength at the end of the turn. I mean, that's just good. Just some early nice damage. I will take it. Let's try this again. Should I build something different?
As it were, then.
No, I'll probably try the same. I felt like what I built last time felt pretty nice. Yeah, I'm sorry for the people that only watch me for playing solo as well. I apologize. Right now solo is just so wildly boring that I think today I'll probably just play some mid and then let's see if I can just quote-unquote get a break from solo and maybe, you know, I'll still play it obviously. If I get solo I'm not gonna turn it away. But right now I'm so tired of building the same shit on every tank. And if you play anything else in solo, like you want to play Have Fun or play Janus or Anubis or whatever the fuck, you just get shit on because you can't do anything against the current builds. It's so unfun. Like you saw, you kind of saw it in the last stream as well. Like I was playing Zeus, which actually kind of worked out, I guess. But I went Zeus and then Yemoja, and those I just picked because I think they're fun. But they are so bad into the current builds. You just won't be as useful as your opponent. So it feels kind of rough to try and play something like that when you're trying to like always progress. Right now, I'm trying to get deity, you know. I used an ability, so This clear is gonna be slow as fuck because of that. I can do it because my abilities are way longer or way lower cooldown.
Hermano, si vas a jugar parado ahí en la puta
No,
línea,
stop.
no juegues, tío.
Make it stop!
Yo de verdad, tío, es que ¿por qué me tocan todos los parados mentales de puto support, tío?
Bro, shut up, it's so
No.
loud!
Vete a tomar por culo, que haya retrasado de mierda, soplapolla mal parido.
Jesus Christ, man, I was in the middle of a fight! Sorry about that, guys.
Enemies incoming.
The rain shall wash them away.
Follow me.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Unfortunate.
Your left tower is under attack.
Man, it's inescapable, man.
Tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
Because what I'm seeing now is that Hou Yi is just AFK. It's actually inescapable.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
He's very match.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
We're missing the auto as well. I mean, he's just dead now. Oh my god. Get him, please. Oh my god, dude. What am I seeing?
A new threshold.
What even just happened? And my fucking... What? He got 4 kills? My opponent, man! He's so fat!
Is under attack.
What happened? That's great.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, we're losing anyway, I suppose. It's not like I'm too upset about it, I suppose.
Your left tower is under attack.
Through this. middle lane. A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
That's great. I dodged the last Q for this. I should have waited.
A new threshold.
Remember the name though. I mean, he is called Revolt, so his name is kind of fitting. He knows what he's doing.
Your left tower is under attack.
Nice portal, man. Giannis is so glitched.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Get through this. Get through this.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Get through this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get through this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. Ranks seem rough. Yes. Today is very special.
Your left tower is under attack.
Literally just sitting here playing with a Baron at my fucking tower line, because our ADC is FK and my support obviously can't do anything about it. I mean, what? Hi-Rez! How did we fuck it up that hard? What are we doing? And how is it not fixed yet?
Your left tower is under
Are you shitting me? Do we know how to game develop? Hello? How did we fuck it up that bad? There's so many yet, so there's a million bugs like that. Sometimes a portal will just randomly appear in mid for literally zero reason. It will just go mid. I literally used a portal yesterday in duo lane and it went mid. Not that the TP goes mid, but it just appears in mid. It doesn't go anywhere.
Your right tower is under
I've also had it, like I was meeting an ADC, Janos, yesterday, and his portals also just appeared in mid sometimes. I mean, they know they've won anyway, so...
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I do believe I have overstayed my welcome.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Defeat.
Yeah, no, I'm still doing fine, Warner. Don't worry about it. It's just kind of annoying, you know. Yes, report. I don't care if he's good or not. That doesn't matter to me at all. But acting like that is just, yeah. Let me check if there's someone else queuing, so I can try and snipe a queue. And Nick has in the game for a long time. It sucks. His adapting is also in the same game, it looks like. Yeah, it seems like they're in the same game, actually. So they ended up... Fuck, dude. They ended up in the same game. And Wolfie just got into game. Well, fuck. Everyone is very early in the game. Like, I don't really want to queue again, because if we get that Hui again, he's just going to FK. So I'm not really sure what to do here. And no one else is really playing, from what I can see. Of the EU folks, at least. Another conquest duel. I don't want to do that again, man. That was so boring. I really don't. I'll give it a few more minutes, so I apologize for the long wait today, guys. But it's too fucking much. Now the master screen doesn't even work. There we go. Yeah, I tried to answer you as well, because I don't know when you messaged, but I saw it as I was just going through my tabs. And I messaged you back. I had just uploaded the YouTube version, so it should at least function there better than it would on Twitch. Twitch definitely just fucks up its VOD sometimes, which is pretty annoying. As a fellow VOD watcher, a lot of the stuff that I watch, sometimes the Twitch that decides to fuck itself. Eventually it worked. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I don't really think there's any logic to why Twitch decides to be annoying, to be honest. It just does. Whatever it wants. At least the healer is dead, but... this dude still does damage. And I don't have any shielding! Where am I shielding, man? Fucking hell. I'm gonna take so much damage. My YouTube isn't linked anywhere. That is true, but it should be... let me just make sure that Streamlabs is actually up. Because I do, in fact, have a... there should be a link, an exclamation link. Let me make sure that the bot is on. Okay, the bot is on, so exclamation point YouTube and it should pop up. But yeah, I don't talk about it much, like, it's just a VOD channel. But if you're interested in watching older VODs, they're all being uploaded there, because otherwise Twitch is deleting all the VODs in 2 months. Twitch VODs go away after 2 months, unless you have some specific deal with them or whatever. So I have them uploaded there, so you can always watch older VODs if you're interested. And even just for myself, I would like to just keep them somewhere. I would like to know what I've done. Yeah, it's alright. Like, if people are not interested in bots, I don't think they should go and watch them, you know? I think they should do whatever they want. I don't usually watch, like, bots either. Or like older bots. I tend to just stick to new ones. Ooh, max HP. That's very expensive though. Mango. Normal enemy combats are no longer encountered in those rooms. That's kind of good actually. But I kind of want the mango. Okay. What have you done? What do you mean? What have I done? What did I do now? Let me see how it's looking on everyone else's streams here. No, I really want to get into the Nika queue, because I see, like, even Wolfie is in it. I want to get into that queue. I might just have to wait, and I apologize if people are sitting here just watching me wait. I do apologize. Oh, he has the Artemis. I just realized. Nika has the the Athena dude from my games, the Izanami. Oh no, he's all in. He's all in on typing to him as well. Okay, that's pretty funny actually. You can't escape them. That's so funny, man. But I still think I want to get into that queue. At least there's more people in there. If I have to deal with those like this, I was about to say assholes, but I guess so. If I have to deal with people like that, I would prefer it to be with other people that I actually know, so they can also laugh at the situation. I just don't understand how you have the energy to like troll 3 games in a row. That's crazy to me. But I guess some people live for that shit. Yeah. Alright. I apologize, boys, but I am going to wait for that queue. My 3 games today have been an absolute nightmare. I want to get some normal people in my games. Yeah, I don't remember what I said, Bonari, to be honest with you. I feel like I just talk without reason when I stream. I just say shit. Everything's a blur. Do I go for poison? Or do we... Let's do this, actually. Fuck, he doesn't have poison on him. Shit. Alright, we do this instead then. Here for the Boja gameplay. I mean, yeah, it's not gonna happen very often in this meta. In other metas, sure, I'm down to play it. We'll see. It might happen, but probably won't happen. I mean, this is kind of shit, man. I'm not gonna lie. 18? I didn't even realize he was going to do that much damage to me. Today a solo lane hurt opponent ignored minions and kept trying to grab me to a tower until he died and rage quit. That is certainly a way to play the game. I don't recommend it. But he sounds very passionate. Good on him. Fuck, do I just take the hit? Yeah, I think I'll take the damage and just go all in on the boss here. I do think the Smite 2 community is just in fucking shambles. And I don't know if it's because there just isn't as much like overseeing from Harris's part. But there is so many like trolls and like there's more trolls and bad games than ever before, it feels like. But I think that also is bound to happen when the community gets smaller. Because then you'll have like a nice core, but then you have the outside folk that are, you know, somewhat new and don't feel bound to the game in the same way. Like they're not quote-unquote loyal to the game as much as someone like, you know, me and Nika, you know, whatever, who else plays the game a lot. They're unbound. Oh, what the fuck, dude? How am I not dead here? Give me some potions. Escape from a non-boss combat. No. Discard any number of cards, then draw that many. Draw 3 cards. Let's try that. Dude, what the fuck is this? I'm just dead. I mean, I'm actually not exactly dead, but it's gonna be fucking close. Maybe I just go big balls and I do that. Do as much damage as I can before I die. And, yeah, we'll see what happens here. I have to kill the boss next round. It's the only choice I have. Because I ain't surviving another round. Dude, no, man. How did it come to this? How am I dead here? Yeah, I don't know. I have to discard something too. Toa, stop. I'm actually just dead. I don't really see any way for me to get out of this. No, I don't want to discard you. Another card. I mean, this would have been really nice, but I just don't have any shielding anyway. Fuck, man. Yeah, that sucks. Let me escape. Oh, well, that's not how you use that. Well, fuck. I just threw that one away. I mean, I'm dead anyway. Whatever. I'm cooked. I played this boss bad. I don't think I should have died. Should just focus the small fuckers. It will. No, I didn't even get a level up. Oh, man. Let me see how long they're in. They're almost 20 minutes into the game. It's not looking like anyone's winning anytime soon, but... hopefully it skyrocks very soon. I believe in whoever wins. Go team. Ten a random rare card. Let's just do that. That's a nice one. I miss all my OP cards. You got an Ascension? Remind me what that means. Right now I'm just doing the standard stuff. Because I played this so long ago that I don't remember anything about the game, to be honest. So now I'm just kind of chilling with it, trying to go to the last boss again. Leveling up everything again. Higher difficulty? Probably not. I think I'm just on standard, if I had to guess what I chose when I came back in. Probably just on the... as if it was a new game, I suppose. I mean, technically, you know what? Actually, it is, because I didn't play on this account. I didn't... Actually, I played on my Switch the first time, so I restarted the whole game. So I don't even know if I have the higher difficulty yet. This is essentially just a full new game. I like that card. That's nice. You got it to the heart once. Yeah, I see. Okay. That makes sense. We'll grab some cool block. Play the top 3 cards in your draw pile. That's interesting. I suppose I'll just do that. I see. They got Fire Giant now. Good. Stay winning. Wait. Are you telling me that the queue that I just realized, because he has all the teammates I had in the game where I decided, okay, I'm just gonna not queue right now. He got into that next game that I essentially dodged. Fuck. Of course. I just realized he just has all my teammates. Yeah, he had the Huyi and he has the one that played Izanami. He wasn't in my game though, I suppose. I got a different troll. Poison. Poison. I want something that gives me more gold. Another mid that I want to play a bit more of is probably Scylla. Like, she's really weak early on, but I have played any Scylla in Smite 2. I kind of want to. So I keep like zoning out on my own stream here because I'm making sure I'm not missing the queue. Keeping an eye on it. Pretty sure they're ending here. Good. Finally, I'm back in the queue, and I apologize for it taking as long as it has. But for my mental, it was necessary. Today I also got AFK as a trolls. Yeah, I think generally it's always best just to try and Q snipe someone who is in a good queue. That's the best thing you can do. Get more people with brains in there. And who's actually passionate about the game, who won't leave and keep trying, you know? We forgive you. Thanks, man. It's good to hear. It's dead anyway. I mean, the worst part about always getting like some early pods is that you can never use any of the pods, man. I gotta use some of my pods. I'm bad at that still. Let's do that one. That's the thing, Beefy. If you're not into someone, like, all I'm really saying is that you have a higher chance of not getting trolls if you're Q-sniping someone. Because otherwise, almost every other game where I'm not Q-sniping someone, they feel exactly like that. That's why I'm doing it. You just can't get normal games otherwise. It's wild. That is unfortunately currently the state of Smite 2, it feels like. I don't like that I'm banning, though.
Select your god.
Right, what do we pick into the Janus then? Maybe Neath? I'll do a raw game, actually. I don't think I want to play Scylla into Janus. I kind of want a mage that can fight at least a little bit earlier. Just don't tell me it's going to be Sab on Chalk again. I can't deal with it. Okay, Sab is not in yet. He's not going to terrorize me just yet. Depending on how broadly you want to take the term trolling, I might have done about half the time we raided the dungeons together, but in my own dumb way. Sure, I just mean like, in my head, trolling is when it comes at the expense of others' fun. If you're just having fun playing shit and everyone else think it's fun too, then yeah, I mean, that's fine. But it's the same thing as being, you know, like, rude, you know? You can be rude to your friends if it's meant for banter. Like, I call my friends assholes and fat idiots, but it's meant in like a nice way. We do that shit all the time, but like, if you start doing that to a random stranger, you know, it's not really taken the same way. And that's kind of what I feel about trolling, you know? You can troll your friends. I think you're in the green, you know? You should be alright. Obviously, if your friends don't think it's fun, then yeah, I mean... But, I mean, I don't mind it personally, so... Man, all these cards are kind of ass. I think we just throw some blocking on the table. Dude, I'm dealing with double frontline every game, man. It's so annoying. I'm just dealing with fucking Hercules running me down all day. Leave me alone. Need to suck it up and get better humor. Unfortunately, I mean, while I kind of agree, it's, you know, it's subjective. Humor is very subjective. But yeah, I mean, some people can be really annoying about it. Like, they will just blame the shit out of you for saying something that wasn't intentionally really you saying something bad necessarily, but they take it in a way that's really bad. Then it just escalates to being drama. Instead of someone just saying, I'm not into that stuff, can we just not? And then they say, okay, I didn't know, my bad. And then you don't do that again. But sometimes people are not that understanding. They want a reason to hate you. Really badly. Like, please, I want to hate you. Let me hate you. Give me a reason. But yeah.
I shall take them all.
Have you considered dodging? I have very rarely dodged. I think I wouldn't do it on stream because I don't want Deserter. I think I've only ever really dodged on stream when like what the fuck were they called? Lobby crashers. In Smite 1, when I came back to that, there were a lot of hackers and people called lobby crashers that would just crash the lobbies. They were just overloading the server with packages and they would just crash the server whenever they were losing. When I knew I had people like that on my team, I would dodge. Oh, if you mean okay, the physical type of dodging. I would dodge him if I could. Let me tell you that. Herc is undodgeable right now. Herc's 2 is so easy to hit now in Smite 2 that he is borderline undodgeable.
I'll attack. Good luck,
Enemy in the
friend.
left jungle.
Okay. A beacon of power. Curses upon you. Closer, if you dare. Enemy missing middle. Be careful, right? Come closer. if you dare.
Let's go to the back camp.
Gaze upon your doom. A beacon of power. On my way. Attack. Curses upon you. Enemy missing middle. Come closer if you dare. Come closer if you dare.
I was close. Didn't think Herc was going to be here in mid. Hence my aggression. I thought he's going to be around in the right, since since my team was getting first blood. But he wasn't. He was in my ass.
A beacon I'll gank right lane. On my way. Your death draws near. spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
I'll defend middle lane.
Bye for now.
Enemies incoming! Enemy ultimate incoming! Ultimate is
Come
ready.
closer if you
Want to see if I get a quick snipe while they were still level 3 in duo, but if they're going for back camps, that's just gonna take too long.
Enemy missing middle.
I'm going for jungle buff.
A beat.
Ultimate is down.
Curses.
No. Bam. I don't think bots saw the Hercules. Because that should have been the freest kill of all time. XD.
Come closer if you dare.
Rain shall wash them away.
Beat.
Ally has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Don't worry, we're still having fun.
What sort of
Your right
concoction
tower
is this?
is under attack.
There is no issue here. Come closer if you dare.
Enemy missing.
A beat. Come closer if you dare.
No, man. My beam keeps missing by like a
Your left tower
1
is under
pixel.
attack.
A beat. Power. Your death draws near. Come closer if you dare.
Oh, he's dead. That's crazy.
Curses upon you. A beat of power.
Missing right.
Hey, Wolfie, thank you for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Your Hades is acting weird. I don't get the joke. Explain to me because me.
Enemy missing middle. Come closer if you dare. Gaze upon your
No.
enemy missing left.
On my way.
Unfortunate.
thanks.
No problem.
An
I
enemy
love
has
having
been slain.
speed, man. Speed's the best buff. Nice ult, thank you. I did my best.
Come closer if you curses upon you.
Ooh, I hit him too.
Your death draws near.
One day I'll hit it. Trust.
Your left tower is under attack.
I think I just love speed because I never have it, you know? Like, I'm a solo / mid main. This is not a buff I get very often.
Come closer. If you dare. Vista, amigo.
On my way.
Get ready.
A beacon of power.
Be right back.
Oh, the skin looks kind of like Hades. I see. I guess I kind of see what you mean.
Enemy missing middle. Cancel that. Come closer.
Never really thought about it.
Rain shall wash them away.
No problem at all.
Nice job.
Man, if the beam lands first, that's a... would have been a decent kill.
On my way.
Enemy
A
ultimate
beacon
down.
of power. Enemy has been slain.
I'm building stacks.
Come closer. If you dare. A beacon of power. Enemy missing middle. Be careful.
No
right.
problem at all.
Enemy
Your
ultimate
middle tower is
incoming.
under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Your team has destroyed the gold.
Sure, my fantastic friend.
My, aren't you inventive?
The pyro has arrived.
Another
Your right tower
deadly
is under attack.
incantation from my collection. Yeah.
I think I'm just gonna do the same thing I've done all day.
Missing.
We go up short second, or third, I mean. Because otherwise tanks are just not gonna be too hard to deal with.
Come closer if you dare.
Be right back. Be careful right.
Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is under attack.
The rain shall wash them away. A beacon of power.
Dirty kill. Yeah, I saw his 2. There's a blockers that probably back there.
Death draws near.
Be right back.
Enemies have returned to base.
Actually, shit, I already forgot. I guess... Fuck, I gotta do the 4th then. I gotta get Nimble Ring. Guess getting the pen is nice though.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy ultimate incoming. An enemy has been slain. Enemy spotted. On my way.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Gaze upon your doom. Come closer if you dare.
I wanted to go off when I wanted to. Duo is kind of clapping though.
Come closer if you dare. A beacon of power. Your death draws
them away. Double kill.
Come closer, if you dare.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Attack the fire giant.
Curse is upon you. Ultimate is ready.
Yes.
A beast of power.
Attack.
Come closer, if you dare.
Has destroyed the pyramid.
I'll attack the Gold Fury. On my way. On my way.
Out of mana.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Gaze upon your doom.
Don't worry, we're still having fun. Be careful, right?
A beast of power.
Be careful.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Come closer, if you
Ow. Somehow I'm pretty sure my snipe just missed everyone in that exchange, so...
I will not be stopped. Not
Be careful. Enemy has been slain.
for now.
Yeah, that's the surrender. Wow, I felt pretty useless that game, to be honest.
Victory.
What happens with portal? There's a bug right now where the portal will just go randomly to mid. That's what happened there. So that was just a random small portal in the middle of the mid lane. Something fucks up. There's too many bugs right now with Giannis's portal. So he's fun to play, and I will still play him if I get the chance, but there's a frustrating amount of bugs with his portals. Somehow. Alright, hopefully I can follow along this queue for now. Discard. I am not getting enough. Damaging cards right now. Bro, someone is blasting right now. I hope the mic doesn't pick it up, but someone is blasting their fucking base somewhere. Very close. Like, either in a car or like an apartment lower than me. I can feel it. Like, to an uncomfortable level, actually. I can just feel it in my ears. In my whole body. Still need to use some of those goddamn potions. I don't really want to solo, but maybe I have to if this Hakate guy can't play it. Ah, fuck.
Select your god.
Shit. I knew there was something I forgot. I just couldn't remember it, and I didn't have the time, so I ended up banning Guan. Ares was the one. Shit. Alright. Do I want to I mean, I don't really have a choice, right? Five max HP. I mean, it's just an injury, right? I'll take that. That's fine. I have so many cards anyway. I don't think that should affect me all that much. That's interesting. Is that just permanent? Every 3 attacks would give me 1 strength. Is that just for that turn? Because that's kind of ass if that's the case. It is obviously Sav on the Ares, man. We're so fucked. I made a fucking mistake.
Very well then.
There are very few, like, soundtracks, Winari, that I think I remember from WoW. I remember, like, the big ones, right? I remember Invincible, stuff like that, but I feel like most music doesn't stick for me with WoW. It has great atmospheric music, and it's not to, like, diss the music in any way, but I feel like most of it just doesn't really sit with me. WoW generally has nice music, though.
Minions have spawned.
I started in TBC as well, originally, but I was a kid. I didn't appreciate music at all back then.
problem at all. Your left tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. We got his bees at least.
Your left tower is under attack.
If only my cooldowns weren't as long. Fuck. I'm being too aggressive. I shouldn't have portaled aggressively.
Your right tower is
That
under
is
attack.
on me.
Be right back.
Parallel to the floor, yes. Do that next time. No more aggressive portals for now. I'm chilling. Let's see, that's the bug. That's the bug. It will just randomly do that no matter where you're on the map, and I have no idea why it triggers like that. As I mentioned earlier, I met an ADC, Janos, yesterday, and the same thing was happening. Randomly portals would just show up in mid.
A new threshold.
That was just a normal occurrence.
Tasted the spice and sweetness alike.
Don't worry, we're still having fun.
Enemy missing middle.
Completed.
No problem. Watch your step. Enemy ultimate down. I do believe I understand.
Tragic.
Rain shall wash them away. Double kill. Oh, you move like a jackal. Your middle tower is under attack.
The way is open.
Not the greatest rotation from me. I lost a full wave for that. But I'm not sure I would have gotten bots if I didn't, so fuck it.
A new threshold.
Dude, what the fuck, man? I just shouldn't portal in general, because it doesn't work half the time anyway, so what's even the point? I mean, I don't doubt that they're working on a fix, but it's so frustrating. It makes him so much less enjoyable. Because it happens like almost every other portal.
A new threshold. Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. An enemy has been slain.
A new threshold.
Cotton balls.
The way open. A new threshold.
On my way. On my way.
A new threshold.
Your middle tower.
Tried to portal them. They jumped at the same time. It's unfortunate.
Completed.
Your left tower is under attack. It rains to wash them away.
Enemy missing one. Save yourself.
Be careful.
8-second portal. I mean, I know that went pretty much full cooldown so far, but even so, that feels wild. I'm definitely rotating too much though. I'm losing a lot of farm.
Enemy spotted. A new threshold. A new threshold. Fit through this.
Enemy ultimate
A new threshold.
middle lane.
Enemy has been slain.
Through this.
Nice job, my flufftastic friend.
Nice. That's big for me.
As it were then.
You don't have an. Oh shit. Dude, what? How have I not noticed this? Okay. It happens to even the best guys. You know? Happens to the best.
On my way.
It hasn't even been useful so far.
A new threshold.
That's so weird.
Tower is under attack.
Through this.
You would think I started yesterday. With that type of shit.
Has arrived.
It's so weird how I do that sometimes.
It rains shall wash them away.
Enemy missing left. Be careful right.
Enemy missing middle.
Attack the gold fury.
Oops, wrong button.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
My flufftastic friend.
How did I miss Ra? What the fuck?
Enemy has been slain.
Watch your step.
On my way. Oh, crumbs. I'm very
Get through this. Oh, curse my body. The way is open.
Knocked them away from my 2, man.
No problem. No problem.
We're still
Enemy
having
missing
fun.
Get through this. Watch your step.
Fuck.
Get through this. The way.
On my way.
Retreat. Your middle tower is under attack. Follow me.
Roll.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Get through this.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't want to back yet. How much do I need? Still need quite a bit. I'm not sure I can stick around for that long. I think we're seeing the broken parts of Janus and Smitoon right now, though, because I can just sit in mid until fight breaks out and instantly rotate with my ult, you know?
Enemy spotted.
Set up an ambush here.
A new threshold. Get through this.
Miss my ult.
Enemies in middle lane.
Sure is too bad.
Be careful, right?
No, I need so little. I'm selling this, so just so I can finish this.
Okay, enemy missing right.
On my way.
It's the wrong team, I am sorry. Hasta la vista, amigo. Okay.
Enemies at the
Enemy
door.
missing right. Your team has destroyed the goal of your fantastic
Yoink.
Get through this. Get through this.
Yeah, he's very mana hungry, but he should be, let's be real. But I'm also heavily ability spamming by constantly using portals and movement speed. No.
A new threshold.
I feel like for how much I'm spamming my abilities, I'm not really that mana hungry.
A new threshold. Get through this.
Enemy missing left. Save yourself. Farewell.
Enemy ultimate down. I do believe I can.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sheesh. Oh, just blinded as well.
Right lane.
My ass. I felt all of it.
On my way. Oh, you move like a Made it like a baby.
Get through this.
The rain shall wash them away.
Behind us.
Nice job. Retreat.
A new threshold.
For now.
Get through this.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemy missing left.
No problem at all.
Cancel that.
Dude, the portal is so OP on the Smite map. Or Smite 2 map.
The way is open. Watch your step. A new
I
threshold.
missed.
Get through this.
Still don't really hurt Bacchus that much.
Left lane. On my way.
That sure is too bad.
Your middle tower is under attack.
That sure is too
Ally
bad.
has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Out of mana.
Enemy missing left.
A new threshold.
Right tower is under attack.
The way is open.
On my way.
Just had to defend right. It's unfortunate, man. I even hit bots with the ult. That was unfortunate I couldn't just chase him down
The
with
enemy
Bacchus
team
and
has
Rama
destroyed the pyro.
around.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Get through this.
Enemies in middle lane.
The way is open.
Enemy missing left.
Get through this. The way is open.
I'm on it.
Get through this.
The fire line has slain an enemy.
A new threshold. Enemy spotted. A new threshold. Get through this.
bots is gonna come probably.
Destroyed the fire tower. Your left tower is under attack.
The way is open.
I think I just get it still for tanks. The biggest problem in this game is still more than likely going to be Ares, so let's get Soul Reaver, help the situation.
A new threshold.
Be right back.
Get through this. The way is open. Get through this.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
A new threshold.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
The way is open. A new threshold.
Your left tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
Destroy the middle enemy tower.
Get through this.
Your left tower is under attack. Your team destroyed a middle enemy tower.
That sure is too bad.
The way is open.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids. Be right back. Be right back.
Bye. A new threshold.
No, I can't blind yet. Shit.
Tower is under attack.
Right, no worries.
Through this. The way is
I really miss playing Giannis though, I can just feel it. He's just so much fun to play. That's why I was so sad when he was kind of shit when he came out. But I'm happy they hotfixed it so fast. He definitely feels broken now that he does normal damage though. The perma portals that can just save you and help your team out and all that shit is oof. Very good. I mean, what even is my ult cooldown? 75 seconds. I guess it's not too OP, I suppose. But the portal CD on what, 8 seconds is kind of wild.
Enemy missing.
On my way. Right lane.
Be careful! It's a trap!
Beats bots.
a new threshold. Watch your step.
And all bots as well.
Get through this. A new threshold.
This is not good. Get out.
Nah, no, this isn't looking good.
Right there, my portal appeared in mid.
I just prep for fire.
I'll save my gold for starter. Actually.
A new threshold.
Yeah, Riz is here. Just in front. Yeah, everybody's here. Don't do it.
Wash them away.
Get through this.
They fight right after. Rama's low.
Got a lot of
Rama's low.
poke.
Get Rama, get Rama. Just on the side. Just wait. Nice one. What are these fucking portals, man? They're so buggy.
Yeah, this shit.
It's quite funny though. Bots here. Nice one. Yeah, do fire. Fuck that. We don't need to chase anyway.
I'll go after.
That's so funny. Like,
Dude, they
two
keep
weird
bugging
portals,
out.
it's
They're
so
just
weird.
everywhere. Sometimes they just appear in mid.
A new threshold.
I saw them on a wave, funnily enough. Literally, you could go from the front to the back.
A new threshold.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Ooh, nice. Thanks.
The way is open.
Ah, we can do gold and then we can get the phoenixes. I'm on the back.
The way is open. Get through this.
It's so funny. It's a funny bug, but it really sucks when it happens at a bad time.
A new threshold.
Excuse me.
Your right tower is under attack.
The way is open.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
You lack the zest, my friend. Perhaps you need some more ginger?
Enemy spotted.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, I'm assuming two are there.
Threshold.
Yeah, there's another two right there as well. They're crossing.
Rumble before me!
A new threshold.
You know what? I need another player right there. We can just split them up.
I'm getting some decent poke on them here.
Yeah, you're poking Bacchus, right? Oh, or maybe Ares. Oh, be careful there. You guys ain't getting engaged on. One more way. I'm trying to get to you. Bacchus maybe, right also.
Brought my portal in mid.
If you wanna get him, great. But I'm not going after that.
You can see it in mid right now, guys. I'm trying to place it under Bacchus. He actually just dies there if I do it too. No. I'm going mid. The portal's up.
Bye.
Victory.
Yeah. Janus feels fun, man. But very OP, to be honest. As I said before, it just feels like you can perma portal. And it's such a strong ability. Multi-use ability. What do I want? Guess I could do that. Yeah. Let's do the RNG path. Man, maybe that wasn't great actually. Gonna take some damage. There we go. So this enemy splits. I wonder if the poison stays though. I hope it stays. It doesn't stay, but oh well. Banning the areas this time.
Select your god.
This ability sucks. It's actually terrible. It's 4 damage. For a 1 cost? How do you find Yana so far? On the first day he was complete garbage. But then they hotfixed him and now he feels really good. You actually do enough damage to be a threat, and your portal has such a low cooldown that it feels like you should never die unless you get CC to death. He feels really powerful. He feels more like akin to what he was in Smite 1 now. Is probably a better way to put it. So, highly recommend. Only issue with him is that he's very buggy. The portals are incredibly buggy. Every other portal is gonna end up somewhere you're not planning it to be. So once they fix the portal stuff, he's probably gonna be like straight up OP. But multiple times in that game did people get away because my portals just didn't do what I was wanting them to. It doesn't seem to be as bad if you're just placing it on the wall, but if you're placing it underneath something, then yeah, it seems to bug a lot more when you place it on the ground. And not so often when you just place it on the wall. But it still happens sometimes. Funny thing, if you portal someone and they beat straight away, they TP back to the portal location when the animation finishes. That's strange. Yeah, that definitely also sounds like it's not intended. That would be really shitty, honestly, dying that way. It's the Gunter Scylla. Might be scary, actually, for the honest. Are you done, Wolfie? Did you not, or did you just miss the queue? I was looking for your stream last night, because I was looking for someone to snipe. I was sad to see that the passion wasn't around. Yeah, it makes sense, Wolfie. Take it slow. Don't burn out. Last night you rage quit, fair enough. I was close to rage quitting today, to be honest. My first 3 games were a fucking nightmare on the stream. You can hit me up if you just want to play sometime though, Wolfie. I'm down to just play a bit. And have at least one person with a brain on my team. I don't know how long Scylla 2 cooldown is right now, but surely it can't be as low as Giannis 2. Shit's already done.
Watch your step. Enemies incoming.
They just rained on your parade.
The way is open. Get through this. Enemy spotted. The way is open.
Retreat.
Watch your step.
Oh yeah, I mean Sav will definitely run your game, that's for sure. I was so convinced that we were cooked in the last one because I accidentally left Ares open and he was the one controlling it. But luckily we won duo so hard in that game that didn't matter.
Enemy spotted.
Your left tower is under attack.
Watch your step.
Dude, this fucking portals!
The rain shall
Why?
away.
Watch your step.
What? I mean, come on, man. Okay, I'm just not gonna use it. There we go.
Enemy has been slain.
I must say, like, it has to be some kind of skill to keep doing it, right?
Your right tower is under attack.
I was tempted to do the portal combo, but I don't want to waste my ult right now. I haven't gotten a good combo off successfully yet
Your right tower.
with the new portal combo. I want to do it though, but it's so risky to do. You gotta know that I don't have beats.
Your left tower is under attack.
I do think that combo is a lot more generous now. The 2 will still hit, even if you press it maybe a little too early.
Enemy spotted. Enemies incoming.
The rain shall wash them away.
Yeah. Got greedy.
As it was.
And now I ulted right before I finished Chronos Pendant. It's a tragedy.
On my way.
Get through this. Get through this. The way is watch your step.
He very much feels to have the same curve that he does in Smite 1 now. You're pretty weak early compared to other mages, but once you have your 2 starts junking, like you can actually start playing the game.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Ah, I'm out of mana. That sucks.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall
I played that pretty badly,
Your right tower is under
but
attack.
my team got it.
very strong.
The way
Terrific.
a new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack.
If only I didn't go
New threshold. Get through this.
Enemy ultimate down.
I'd say about 2 or 3 items is when he starts feeling like you can actually do some damage. Until then, you're just kind of chilling.
Get through this. A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack.
Who's hanging around mid?
Buff, bro.
A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Goodbye.
Probably didn't need to ult.
Enemy has been slain. That's too bad.
Hey, better luck.
Get through this.
I'm playing this really badly though, at the moment. I can definitely do better. I didn't need to waste my ult there either. I was hoping maybe we could fight back. But Sobek just wasn't really around in time.
A new threshold.
I'm actually just hesitating to ever use my 1 on the ground now, because it fucks up so often.
A new threshold. Enemy spotted.
Attack the gold on my way. Attack the gold fury.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Not on Pyro, so that's good.
A new threshold.
Probably should have given red to him, honestly. I think he just uses it better than me right now. Probably in general. Janus is not really a great red buff character in Smite 2.
Your left tower is under attack.
The way.
The rain shall wash them away.
Damn it! How am I missed? I'm not hitting anything this game, man. I once again don't have an active. What is happening? Is it a Janus bug? Or am I stupid?
Enemy ultimate down.
Actually just died because I don't have beats. Wild. I didn't even see it, I didn't have it again. The same thing happened last game.
A new threshold.
I'm just getting cooked by Gunter right now. I gotta sit back a bit more. And I'm missing my 2, so I'm just not doing any damage either. It's a good thing that I have Herox to carry me right now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We also don't really have wards to support me walking up right now. I feel like they have a pretty good anti-Janus comp, because they all have ways to maybe stop me from going to a portal. Without a cripple on Scylla, Emoji can place her fucking bubbles in front of my portals as well, and I can't get in, and shit like that.
A new threshold. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Enemy missing.
Get through this.
Don't want to walk up with Emoji in the bush.
Get through this. A new threshold.
Guess I should have ulted to right instead.
A new threshold.
Man,
Enemy ultimate down.
It's not my Giannis game so far.
A new threshold.
Once again, Soap gets my support though, which makes it pretty hard for me, because I don't know when he's gonna use his disruption bullshit. Gotta try and expect it.
A new threshold. Enemies incoming left.
Your right tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
Retreat. Enemy missing. Your team has destroyed the Golden Fury.
Why me? Guess I should have ulted out. I didn't think they were just all gonna go all in on me there. My bad, I guess. Again? I gotta fucking do better this game. Why me though? I'm level 13. So far behind.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, being comms with Giannis in general is just how it's always been a huge advantage. Just portal-wise.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get through this.
Your team
Not really much for me to farm on the side right now. Finally, I hit a 2 on the Scylla being attacked by the Sopek. Yes.
A new threshold.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
I suck. I actually suck. What was that portal? What? How did that miss? Dude, I'm so mad. Fucking hell, man. If I wasn't shit, that would have been the greatest fight of all time.
Get through this.
Your right tower is under attack.
The amount of mistakes I'm making. I gotta palate cleanse my brain. It's back.
Very well then.
It's alright. I'll be there when it matters most. And I've had so many good games today, it's alright to have one bad.
A new threshold.
Dude, I had the Hekata game of my life last night. It was actually insane.
On my way. Off we go. Watch your step.
Attack the Gold Fury.
The way. Open. A new threshold.
Run!
Curse my body, I wasn't fast enough.
Ally has been slain.
The way is open.
Enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Did you go ballistic?
A new threshold.
I will eventually. It's bound to happen.
Enemy missing. A new threshold.
Oh, he wants to do it, sure.
Your team has destroyed the fire tower.
Oh, the Hakatsu game, yeah. Yeah, I did. No, I had some insane plays that game. It was a bit of a lower elo game, so yeah, I mean, take that with a grain of salt, but mechanically, that Hakatsu game was out of this world. For what I usually do, at least.
The enemy team has destroyed the
Shit.
gold. Your left tower is under attack.
Get through this. Get through this.
Let's finish up this rod. Hakata is just so much fun if you're allowed to play the game, but the problem with Hakata is often that you're very easy just to go on. Like, she's suffering from the same issues as Zeus,
Wash them away.
where she will just, like, if you don't have any peeling and they have a strong front line that runs you down, you can't play the game. And she's definitely one of the worst tank killers as well until you hit full late game.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
A new threshold.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Enemy ultimate down. Accepted. Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
A new threshold. A new threshold. Get through this.
Oops, that was a tower there.
Wash them away.
No! This is why I don't fight. Just want it back. I'm playing so bad this game. I wish I got my 2 off though. At least he dies for that. I'm just not hitting enough abilities in this game. Mages are definitely just more fun right now. I'm so tired of playing the same tanks with the same build. I started just almost trolling a bit. That's when I decided to just swap. Because last stream when I went Zeus, though granted, I'll play Zeus at any point. I just think it's really fun, but Yemoja as well. Like, it just feels like they're unplayable in solo right now, and it makes it so much less fun. I think there's always gonna be gods that aren't great in different roles, but it's like when you can't even just farm under your own tower without being doved by a tank that has 3 mystical mails, then I mean, yeah, I'm done. I don't want to play solo right now. I want the option to play something fun and weird, without it just being trolling, you know.
Ward the fire giant.
A new threshold.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you only play a single role right now, I think in Smite 2, you will eventually get tired of it, because that's just how it is.
A new threshold.
There's just not enough gods right now.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
A new threshold.
Be careful, middle.
The way is open. Get through this. Get through this. Get through this.
Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
A new threshold. Get through this.
Retreat.
Get through this. A new threshold. The way is open.
The fire giant.
On my way.
Ultimate is ready.
As it
That's
was.
rough. The Herac's got picked.
A new threshold. On my way.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Get through this.
Enemy has been slain.
A new threshold.
We got dagger at least. But fuck,
The way is open.
that ain't good.
Get through this. A new threshold.
It's time that I log in, because now we need it, and now I actually do some damage. It is tough though. They have a pretty hard comp for me to just get into, especially when we don't have wards everywhere. Or anywhere. I can't really poke.
Get through this.
Ooh.
A new threshold.
Yeah, I mean, the way Janus functions is that he definitely struggles with solo, like, carrying more than most mages. that are currently in Smite 2.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
That is very much true, I think.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has arrived.
I mean, we're very isolated in this fight. That's just not a good chase, man.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I played like shit this game, though. I don't really deserve to win.
Under attack.
I was borderline useless in the majority of these fights. But, I mean, we definitely threw.
Under attack.
It's just Herox versus the world. Yeah, Giannis is definitely, like, he's always been that, like, double-edged sword, right? That's just unfortunate. I mean, look at that. I was completely useless this game. I missed everything in these fights, and I feel like the few times I was trying to fight back, they just all initiated in on me, and I just insta-died. Like on the Gold Fury fight, where I just got Chuck ulted, fucking Yamoja ulted. Well, it is one of those. That's alright. I'll do one more game before I head off. That is the first bad Giannis game I've had, at least. Something. I believe. I have to check now. I mean, I guess except for like the... Like, this was my first Giannis game when the patch came out, and he did literally no damage. But I think we would have lost this game either way, but... Like this... What was this one? Oh yeah, this was when we had it like just an AFK in base. But yeah, I mean, this one was great, this one was great. I might have to play some Hecate though. I lost this game. This was the golden Hecate game. I still lost it, Wolfie. We throw this game so hard. Like, look, I almost did 100k. This was in the bag. But, yeah. Turns out it wasn't in the bag as much as we thought. It was great. I even worded the most. But yeah. It is one of those. Sometimes you lose. I gotta get a good game in last. Maybe I actually go solo. Yeah. I had to think about that for 1 second before I decided I don't want to do that after all. Pass. I hate first picking, man. I hate first picking.
Select your god.
Want anything? Because I want to play Hekate, but I really don't want to first pick it. It's either that or I try and redeem my Janus game, but... Looks like Herac's DC'd. I suppose he might have dodged, actually, because he did get support. Literally picked Baron mid as top pick. They literally picked 5 other mobile gods. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters that much. I just hate picking something that is easily countered. Like, Hekate is pretty easily countered, I would say. So it just doesn't feel as good. I like knowing what I'm against often when I pick. I think it's more important as solo, though. Because in solo, it's way more of like a matchup thing than it is in mid. So probably doesn't matter as much in mid. I just still have a solo mindset. I was so useless to the point I said to myself, I'm never picking Baron again. Yeah, it sucks having games like that. It does. I also don't think I've been that useless in a game for a long time. Like, to the point where I'm actually just lowest player damage as a full damage mage. That's so tragic, man. I don't know how that even happened. I thought it went okay. I didn't think I was lowest damage in the entire game. But I do think the fights we ended up taking were really strange. I don't think it's fully on me that we lost it, but I do think I was a big part of why we just weren't able to fight back as much. But it did feel like we weren't really playing around me in any of the fights, really. Early game, I blame myself, because Sobek was like with me and like plugging, and I just missed at that point. That's completely on me in those cases. But in the late game team fights, it felt like we weren't really using the portals to our advantages, or like the rotation power of Janus, or anything like that, except for maybe once. So that does make it a little bit hard to play around it, because Janus doesn't really do much if he's just alone. You can run around and poke, but they had such a good comp at chasing me down with Asilla as well. Scylla is such a good pick into Janus and Smite too, because most of the walls aren't that long, so you can easily just three over the wall and follow him. So, well, even though I do think I played it bad, I do think they had a really good comp into a Janus. Are you kidding me? You couldn't have just hit that guy once? Fuck. I'm gonna take so much damage. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna take any damage. Like, if I played mid for a week, I'm pretty sure I would hit a wall as well. Because a lot of the mages that I really enjoy playing, like, there's not really that many in Smite 2 just yet. I would get tired of them pretty fast, I think. Right now, Hekate is up there, Vulcan is up there, Janus is obviously up there, but I think once like the recent hype will go away and I've got more used to him, then obviously it's going to go away too. It's only a matter of time. There just aren't that many mages yet. I think Merlin and Scylla are something I want to play more, because I just don't know how to play them very well. I want to practice those. But I think I want to do that in games where we're not against like some of the best players in EU. I'll pick it in some low real games when I get there. Probably sometime during the next stream. What do I want here? Yeah, that's true. Like the hybrid hunters, I suppose we already have a few of them, like Uller and Neath, but yeah, like Matikarus, Chiron will be really fun. I'll definitely play Chiron. He's so much fun. And he's probably gonna feel amazing in Smite 2, if I had to guess. You know what? In this case, I'll trade with Gunter. I think he should just go mid. I'll play ADC. See if I can actually just get solo. I'm not sure I feel like playing ADC all that much, but suppose I'll do it. Guess I'll play some Hou Yi. I already regret it. I wanted to play Apollo. I wanted to do a crit Apollo build. Now I have to go for attack speed. Is the aspect even that good anymore after it was nerfed? I actually haven't played it since. Like, I probably should have this. I feel like the stun is just better for self-peel in this game either way. So let's just do that.
Ho, E.
Wait, what is their comp? Oh, Baron support, I guess. Janus jungle, maybe?
Ho, E.
Ho E. It's the boss next. I guess I'm pausing here then. Oh, it's that guy again. Why are both solo and just playing ADC? Because we're tired of solo. It's such a boring meta right now. You see how what Sav is doing in this game as well. Like right now, all he's doing is playing something like Chuck, Odin, like Ares. Like he's just playing the really OP like frontliners. Because that's if you don't play those, you're gonna get shit on in solo. That's currently the case. It's just unfun. I am not interested. It's just boring to play. Yeah, okay, it's Baron. I mean, 20 power feels pretty good. Surely that's good. Probably should have gone aspect, because my clear is kind of ass without it, but... how bad can it be?
Blessings upon you.
Wukong mid is just... I mean, I think Wukong in general is just...
Made me so proud.
Sorry.
Next time, it will go better. So sorry.
Yeah. I think Wukong mid... in general, just the in Wukong is just... it's a mix of boring and just unskillful, unfortunately. I mean, I don't mean to sound rude in any way, but it just kind of is. You're just a poke monster that can't be stopped. Like, it's just unfair Thoth. In a way.
Okay.
On my way.
I mean, I don't mind fighting here, but I feel like...
Unfortunate.
that was a bad idea, personally, but... I feel like we should have just gotten the wave, could take the pressure from there. Now we could give him first blood for no reason, and that's gonna fuck me.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
The waters brim in excitement.
You know what I think it is? I think it's just time for dinner.
Be careful.
Should have just backed. Would have been okay if I had mana, I think, because then at least I can fight back just a little bit, but... Oh well. Yeah, there's a reason why a lot of people just ban the Wukong, because there is so little counterplay to it. And like the only reason why we aren't seeing it literally every game is because there's so many OP things in the game. Like, Hades is still fucking broken, man. He's so broken, but literally no one plays him anymore because he's been broken for so long, and... I would say he got a slight, like, laning nerf with the healing stuff, because he doesn't heal as much by any means now. Which is a good thing, I would say. I think it's just something that should have happened in general to him. Like, I played Hades a lot in the beginning. I'm just tired of him because it's been OP for so long.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Oops.
Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Woof.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's fucking Baron potions, man. I keep getting poked by this shit.
Ultimate is ready.
You move like a jaguar.
Here it comes.
Two of them are just 1 HP.
The rain shall wash them away.
Get him!
Enemy has been slain.
Huge. Man, I'm so close to finishing my devils as well. I hate this. I'm just right now a non-aspect Hou Yi with no fucking attack speed. I don't do any damage. I'm just suffering.
Ally has been slain.
Do not worry.
He has devils. Oh, fuck, man. This sucks. I'll just clear this wave and just hurry back and buy it.
Enemy missing left. Your left tower is under attack.
Looks like XP wise at least is okay. He's still level 6 when he cleared the last wave. You build... What do you actually build now, boys? You go Audibo? Though I guess that's mainly because of the aspects. Fuck, what do ADCs build?
Enemy missing left.
Might lose purple for backing here.
Your left tower is under attack. Here it comes.
I thought that was in range. Huge bounce.
Attack the gold. Enemies have returned to base. Attack the gold fury.
Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is down.
Here it goes.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Thanks.
At least I can do that with the bounces now, since I actually have my one. Man! At least we should get him. No? He did. Man, okay. I guess I shouldn't have baited.
Enemies incoming.
Oh man, I baited for nothing.
Careful left.
How did he hit? Whatever. Whatever.
Tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. The pyro.
Mistakes were made, I guess. Rip my fucking speed buff. That's the worst part of it all. I lost speed.
Ultimate is ready.
The water's brim.
Your left tower is under attack.
That helps me a lot.
Enemy missing. Be
Next
careful.
time it will be.
Playing against a Rama is also weird to me. I'm not sure I've met a single Rama since he came out. While also playing ADC. Granted, I still don't really think he's good, but Nika is playing it well. And I'm just behind as well at the moment. Legitimately though, what the fuck do I buy? I actually have no idea what you buy on ADCs right now. Oh, turfing here and then Audibo, I see. Well, I guess I'm going into Exi first. Maybe I just improvise at this point.
Enemy missing left.
No, I didn't actually think I was gonna kill. To be honest with you.
Apologies.
Fuck. I mean, yeah, attack speed is nice.
Missing.
XC is bait. Yeah, no, I get you. I agree with you, I think. Can I buy something else instead for this? Not really, to be honest. Fuck it.
Save yourself.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Like, a pen build should still work. Should be alright.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
I mean, I think I'm dead here, aren't I? No, he doesn't chase. He gets a fucking speed buff though. What is... Dude, I don't know what it is with Sav, but he... Okay, no, actually I'm gonna be quiet. Never mind. Just don't... Yeah, I'm not saying anything.
I'll take that.
I don't want to say something stupid. I wasn't gonna say something rude, for the record, but... I was gonna say something along the lines of there's some heavy babysitting happening here. And I don't like it.
Tower is under attack.
Granted, I'm also being babysit, but I'm just surprised that he's solo and he's in duo so many times. And it doesn't really feel like Mordred is getting much for it. Like, he even lost his tower. Something isn't adding up.
Right tower is under attack. Here it comes.
That's what I mean. Exactly that. That's the type of babysitting that's cringe. But, I mean, I get it right now. It's just boring to really be against stuff like that. Once again, though, I'm being babysitted in a way by the Aladdin too, so I'm not necessarily complaining, but that's just really boring.
Be right back.
I think I'll just end up going crit at this point. Yeah, Mordor's just getting super cooked.
Ward, the fire giant! Watch out!
It's not good. We've reached the point where my team is tilting and being mean to each other. I believe in us. I'm sure we can do this.
No problem. Enemy missing left! Be careful left! Attack the fire giant!
I mean, what the fuck is that? Also, why did he get his shield? Who shielded him? Oh, fucking Shell.
Enemy spotted.
Dude, that's so cringe, man. That's so cringe. Could be big if we get Chuck here, though. Please get him. We don't get him. And we both got ulted by the Janus. That's really not good either.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Everyone's just spamming, okay.
Ward, the fire giant!
Retreat!
And Rama is probably going to be over there as well, so it probably needs to rotate. He's cooked.
Enemy spotted.
Spotted! The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
And I got hit by that. He didn't even aim for me.
Okay. Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Be right back.
Wow, someone really just went and took everything on this side of the map.
Good game.
Like last item, I probably have to go for Titans, right? Because otherwise, we can't damage the Chuck.
I know I will.
Enemy spotted.
Okay.
Destroyed the pyramid. Your team
I actually got it. That's crazy.
enemy has been slain.
Oh no!
Rain shall wash them away. Here it comes.
Attack the full fury. Thanks.
Be careful.
Be careful.
Lord, the fire giant.
Ultimate is down.
luck.
Okay. Stay alert.
Enemy spotted.
Fucking hell! So at least push this wave. I'm so focused this game. I can definitely damage Chuck now. I just learned that in that fight. Next up, I'll probably look for a Titan's Bane. If I get to actually hit him and let my XC stack up, I do quite a lot of damage to him, combined with my mark as well. Like, do we not have wards?
Group up.
Ah, that's my ward.
Be careful.
We don't, in fact, have a sentry.
team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat!
We also don't have any sentries. I guess I'm buying wards.
Group up. Defend the fire giants.
What a random Janus ult. We weren't even on the objective. I'm not sure why he even did it. It might have just been to get out of base or some shit faster. I have no idea. It's pretty awkward though.
An enemy has been slain.
Stay alert.
The rain wash them away. Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
An enemy has been slain.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Save yourself.
Be right back. Be careful. Stay alert.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Be right back.
Be right back.
Let's finish it up. Alright, full build.
Not as good as what I had in my gourd.
Now Chalk definitely should be pretty squishy to me with
The
Titans.
Pyromancer has arrived.
If I didn't have Xe, I probably would have skipped some of the crit and just go straight into Titans, but I think since I had Xe, like going straight into Xe and then Titans is gonna feel really bad. They're just both low power items.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Just an Xe here, that's fair. I also don't really think it's that good at the moment. I just bought it out of confusion of not knowing what else to buy. I don't think it's bad, I just think it's okay, at best.
Enemies in middle lane.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed a left
Attack
enemy
fire
tower.
giants.
With the portals, man.
Be right back. Be careful.
On my way.
The waters brim in
Attack
excitement.
middle tower.
That was kind of close. It's better than Kins unless they have like 3 tanks that's building all the OP items. But yeah, I would actually make the argument that Kins might be better. Fucking hell. Wasn't actually that bad. Oh, I tried to wall them off. That was big. Finally. At least I got a decent game out. I think there was definitely some issues in this game. I could have played a lot better, but... Ugh. And I had to get used to Hu Yi again. Like, non-aspect Hu Yi. Because the only few times I've played Hu Yi recently has been the aspect. And his clear is so bad without the aspect in early laning phase. Alright. That's gonna be it for me for now, boys. I appreciate you stopping by as always. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time, whenever that will be. I don't know if